A liminal. How goes it? How's it going, guys? How's it going? We got some paranoid ass Oreos and we're doing some tarot cards. Sweet. Thanks, man. Yeah, let me reveal this here. I haven't done no wings or nothing yet, but I'm making it weird. I want to up the contrast a bit, bring the shadows out some more. Thanks. It's kind of freaky, right? Yeah, I want to up the contrast some more for some of the shading and details. Shading a triple face has proven to be quite the challenge. And eventually I want to put like wings behind her and stuff. But I think she's coming out pretty sick. I kind of wanted to like reinterpret the whole lots of eyes thing. I feel like I'm just going for like a general front facing light direction because I feel like they'd be radiant enough that yeah, the halo's I'm gonna add a bit of a glow around the halo. That was something I was intending to do. But I feel like it's like multiple light sources in this situation. And the halo would be a glow, and then there would be like one from either side based on how the shadows are working out. It's something I kind of just started doing before thinking about it, which I generally don't suggest for Oh, is it not letting you throw tomatoes? It should have the tomatoes. No, they're working. Maybe you need to refresh your page. Um I just Yeah, I was the tomatoes are through an extension. If you're on PC, it should be right beneath the stream. If you're on mobile, it'll be at the very like right underneath the stream on the bottom right. There's like a little button that should be called viewer attack and you can use those to throw tomatoes. The tomatoes are free. There's some other things too that you can spend money on if you really wanted to, but I made the tomatoes free because I think they're funny. There you go. You figured it out. Yeah, I want to up the contrast on this. I want to add a glow around the halo. I want to highlight some more. I am giving it a kind of like almost portrait photography kind of lighting. I want it to be very even because I feel like that gives it a radiant kind of feeling. Where in other cases I would choose a light source direction more strongly. This is something where I'm going a little vague with it on purpose. And then I want to later add wings behind them as well. and potentially turn this into a sticker. I was thinking like an oval shaped sticker would be ideal. And maybe a little bit of like a cloudy sky in the background behind the wings or something. That's something I'm probably going to sketch on paper and then bring in as I start most of these. This was a paper sketch first. This is actually revisiting an old concept that I thought was cool, but just wasn't very technically correct. And I think it's a pretty neat one. Sir Pippin, how are you? Yeah, but if I'm making this a sticker, I need to crank that contrast in the skin, because when you shrink it down, it's a little too subtle. And subtlety can be great, especially for like character art kind of stuff I'm used to, but in a sticker, I find that you really want some pop and contrast. How are you, Sir Pippin? How you been doing? Yeah, so if I really up the contrast and what have you, you should be able to see that better. It'll also be more clear in real life than on a screen, I think. That's one of the things about digital art that's kind of weird. Yeah, I think that might be a shading thing. I'm gonna play around with the contrast of the shading and try to like fix that a little bit. I'm doing a weird biblical angel face, Sir Pippin. I wanted to play with the whole multiple eyes idea in a different way than I've seen it done before, and this is what I ended up with. Yeah, I think the eyes in the center being the darkest also make it easiest to see from far away. And I did kind of want it to feel like they're staring at you, and I feel like that adds to it. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was weird to come up with a hairstyle that would work for multiple faces, but I was like, if I make it like kind of like bangs all the way around, like foofy bangs, I think that would work. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted the stare to be like a little spooky. I'm like even borderline am considering whether this would constitute body horror, because some people have been kind of freaked out by it, and I'm like, I think it like just barely counts as body horror, if I'm being frank. I just wanted to play around with some anatomy, honestly. Yeah, exactly. Like I wanted it to be spooky in a way that like they're not bad, they're not villainous, they're not evil. I didn't want them to look like a villain, but I definitely wanted them to be the kind of thing where if you encountered someone who looked like this in real life, they'd have reason to say, "Be not afraid." Cuz that kind of bores me when it's like some Castiel looking type, as much as I loved Cass. Some Castiel looking type, and he's like, "Be not afraid," and I'm like, "You're a white dude, bro. Like, why would I be afraid?" Joey, oh my god. Yeah, this is definitely not like an earthly design, you know? Got that Karlak anatomy. After an hour of cutscene hell, I still can't believe that happened. Yeah, Castiel had a really good introduction. Here's the thing, though. The season in which he was introduced was intended to be the final season, so that's why he flops so hard right after that. Oh my god, that's a lot of DFEs. Yeah, I really liked Supernatural, but boy, howdy did they beat the dead horse. They really cash cowed the shit out of that show, and it wasn't flattering. They should have ended it a long time before they did, and frankly, I'd still be rewatching it if they had, but they had to go and ruin it, and I haven't touched it since. I haven't touched it since season 9. And it went on for 15 seasons, I think, total. All right, I'm going to be popping in this extra contrast on a new layer. That way, if I don't like it, I can just get rid of it. So let me throw in an extra mask layer real quick. Yeah, like, it became so formulaic that it lost all interest. Like, I get that there's a degree to which you're gonna, like, have, oh, we beat the one bad guy, so now it's a stronger bad guy. But, like, eventually they, like, beat God and there was still a stronger bad guy. And I'm like, what is going on here? How many seasons can we drag this out for? You've ruined my favorite character at least 4 times. Yo, Laird. Can't even blame you. How you doing, man? Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by, man. Yeah, I've got the right shade. I've got my mask all set up. I just need this to be lower opacity. Yeah, I mean, Dean was pretty hot. He was kind of a dick, but my favorite character overall was Bobby Singer. He deserved a better show, frankly. And then when they made a spin-off attempt and it wasn't about Bobby, I was kind of personally offended, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was like, you're gonna make a spin-off and you're not gonna make it about your best character? Tell me I'm wrong when I say that if the spin-off they tried was a spin-off about Bobby and Rufus in their young hunter days, that would have, like, not been insanely successful. I would have watched the shit out of that. And I was already falling out of Supernatural by the time they went and introduced the idea of a spin-off, and I would have watched the shit out of Bobby and Rufus as young hunters. I used to have a t-shirt that had Crowley's face on it and said, "You're good, but I'm Crowley." Oh, I don't know what happened to that. I think it got lost in one of the moves or something. They had a really great cast. I think that the writers and direction just kind of flopped and they cash cowed it too much, and it's a shame. Because it was a good show, but there's only so many times you can be like, oh, there's a new big bad and still maintain my interest when it's basically the same thing again and again. Yeah, Crowley was a really good character. Dean was great. Sam had great moments, but there were some seasons where I feel like they just didn't know what to do with him, to be honest. So they just were like, okay, just default to him being sad. like like did he have plenty of reason to be sad? Yeah, sure, but like that's not with the things going on in his life. He had rights to be angry, he had rights to feel betrayed, he had rights to feel all sorts of ways, and they were like, just make him depressed. And like that's kind of boring to watch. Like, half the reason I watch as much television and stuff as I do is because it's escapism from my own depressing problems, and then you throw in this main character whose whole thing is just being sad. That's why I never finished reading the Divergent series. I liked the first book. It wasn't the best or anything, but I liked it. I enjoy dystopian subjects. And after the first book, they were trying to express that she has post traumatic stress disorder by having her just lay in bed and cry like all the time. And I'm like, this is so boring. Where did the plot go? There's a war going on, and you're just gonna lay there crying. And like, I feel like I'm extra allowed to say that because I legitimately have PTSD and I do more than that. The Scooby Doo episode. You know what? I actually back in high school, I had different alarms for different days of the week, and on Tuesdays it was heat of the moment because of the the time loop episode. And like, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of interesting on like a like psychological level because it helped me remember what day of the week it was. Like, I wasn't losing track of the days as much when I did that as I did when I had the same alarm for every morning. And I thought that was really neat. I always knew what day it was. And with ADHD and stuff, I don't normally do that. Hold on, I need a different eraser. Oh my god. Or when he gets the clap because because what's his face curses him by clapping. Oh god. That was so funny. I'm not gonna lie, I also really enjoyed the meta episodes. I thought they were really funny as somebody who was into fandom and cosplay and conventions and stuff. I thought it was hilarious that they brought in their own meta through the books and then had fan conventions and cosplayers and stuff over it. And like people were like, "Oh, that's a pretty good Dean cosplay." To Dean Winchester himself, like that was funny. I'm not gonna lie. Some people thought that was too stupid, but I thought that was hilarious. Oh my god, yeah, I actually cosplayed Castiel once upon a time. What feels like forever ago. I mean, shit, it was probably like at least a decade ago now. Also, I feel like my music's on a really good streak tonight, and I'm down for it. Oh my god, yeah, yeah, I know that Dolly Parton actually went to a Dolly Parton lookalike competition once and lost to a drag queen. Shoot, one sec, my phone disconnected. My program to use my phone as a tablet has been fighting me, and I tried fixing it yesterday, and I got some progress, but it's still being a little funky about it, and it's kind of annoying me. Oh my god, yeah, when they ended up outside of the freaking show. Oh god. Oh god, that was layers of meta. That was like meta lasagna. Damn you, program. Why were you working fine yesterday, and today you're just like, nope. Oh yeah, I did like a glitter glow effect on the halo. It's got like little particles around it and everything. I gotta touch up the hair too. It looks a little crunchy to me. There we go. Okay, it's reconnecting now. Sorry for the screen blink. Yeah, let me slap. I took the background out so I could send a preview to people, and I plan to have this on a potentially partially transparent background. But I normally draw on a gray because it's less stressful on the eyes than white is, and you can see the particles and stuff better this way. I have a whole folder of brushes that I named Glitter Shimmer Shine that is specifically dedicated to brushes that are meant to look glowy or have like sparks like a fire would have in the wind. And I used a couple of those for this to give it that like glow effect. And I want to add more of a glow like on the hair, like it's reflecting it and stuff too. Just haven't quite gotten to that part yet. I think with some blending though, that shading is popping better already. It's harsh right now because it still needs blending and like a little bit of a transitional color. But I wanted to start with it pretty dark and bold. Because sometimes I like spend too long shading with a color just to then zoom out and realize it is not dark enough. And I get really annoyed when I do that. I'm like, damn, it looked great when I was zoomed in, but that's not how people are gonna look at this. Yeah, I have my whole palette. And right now I'm using this brown tone, and then I'll probably use a little bit of this and some of this for the transitional tones. Because this one's a bit warmer, so this will be in areas where the light is hitting, and this one's a bit cooler, so that'll be better for shadowed areas, but I'll still need the warm one for transitioning the deep brown into the more peachy pale tone that she's got going on. Oh, Laird! Oh, no! Alright, thank you for stopping by, Zazu. I'll see you around, friend. You know, Laird, with how much you talk about all your scars and stuff, I kind of expected you to not have hair. I'm just picturing you like Deadpool now. Like a more Irish Deadpool. Thank you for the lurk, Joe. Joey, Joe School. I was gonna read it as Joe School, but then my mouth stopped working. Listen, it's a compliment for me, Laird. You know I love Deadpool. Oof. Yeah, I've got short hair. I don't have those problems anymore. I cut that shit off. I need to shrink this bitch down and get in here a little better. Shoulder length, that's pretty long, especially with curls. Because that's like, you know, longer than it looks. My hair is straight. It's the kind of straight that won't even hold a curl, even with hairspray and mousse and all that stuff. Straightest thing about me. Yeah, that's pretty darn long. Yeah, mine reaches like my cheekbones. I've got like an undercut, so it's mostly buzzed, like the back and sides of my head are buzzed. And then the top of my head's a little longer, and I've got like emo bangs. I used to get compared in appearance to Chloe Price from Life is Strange a lot when that game first came out and like exploded. And now a new one came out and I'm just waiting for people to start saying that again. I'm like, oh no. Everybody's like, hey, you look like that sad lesbian. I'm like, okay, thanks. She's cool, but thanks. I don't know what to say. I can't drive with this song on, it makes me speed. For anyone watching the VOD, this is Stylo by the Gorillas. I cannot drive listening to Stylo by the Gorillas. I blame the music video. It's got Bruce Willis racing around in a classic car. That makes me want to speed. I mean, same, but some songs make it harder to resist the urge than others, and this is one of those songs that, like, if this comes on and I'm driving, I ask somebody to skip it for me. I'm like, I can't afford a ticket right now, or worse. Yeah, I want to give her lip more of a shadow, make it look poutier. She's got pretty full lips. I was also thinking, these are some of those lips that work as like an optical illusion. If I flip her upside down, the lips still look right up. Like, hold up. Look at that. It still looks like a proper mouth. I picked a weird lip shape and it works either way. Oh gosh. Well, at least you like you fix up your cars yourself, right? So at least it doesn't cost too much or nothing. Also, just to inform you, my friends, we have an ad break coming up in 3.5 minutes. I do slightly longer ad breaks once an hour. So after it's done, you don't have to expect anything for another hour. And you can use the opportunity to get a drink, get a snack, go to the bathroom, whatever you gotta do. Okay, there we go. We're back to normal now. I did a school project on Bad to the Bone once. Um we did school projects on the blues, and I did a project to argue that Bad to the Bone is a blues song and not a rock song. Well, I'll tell you what, Laird, you can do a hell of a lot more than I can if you built a bike from the ground up like that. I can check oil and change tires. That's about it. So, you know, if I like have a tire blow, I'll be okay. That kind of basic stuff. But not much more than that. Anybody got cool plans this weekend? I don't. I'm an introvert. My ideal weekend is doing nothing. That's really sweet, Laird. That's so sweet. I would love a bike, but I can't afford one. And also, I am kind of hesitant to own one in my area. I feel like people around here don't drive very cautiously of bikers, and depending on which direction I head in, there's a lot of highways, a lot of high traffic density areas. So I feel like I'd only be able to drive it in like a couple areas or a couple specific directions and feel safe. Yeah, honestly, who wants to be around people? Ugh. See, that looks so much better shrunken down. And it'll look even better blended. Well, I hope the visit with the sister-in-law goes nice, the work for the friend goes smoothly, and the visit with your friend in the hospital is pleasant. Bring a coloring book or something. They're cheap and a good way to keep your hands busy. Because that's what drives me nuts about being sick. More than like the way I feel, I hate being forced to just like sit still and have nothing to do. Okay, I want to throw in a little bit more of this darkest shade in a couple other places just to even things out. And then start blending it out with like a middle tone, a mid tone, and then blend it out to smooth out any awkward texture spots. I think I also want to stipple over her skin a little bit to give her more of a realistic skin texture. Oh geez, impromptu dentist. Been there. Been there. I got stuck with a busted wisdom tooth for 4.5 months. And it would have been longer, but they slotted me into a cancellation. Bro. Healthcare's such a mess. Especially with like dentistry. I know like a lot of, at least here in America, it's like considered auxiliary health. Like, oh, you can have your body health, but your dental health, that's the bells and whistles. You don't need that. And it's like, what? What? It's health, bro. Health is health, bro. Like, it doesn't work that way. You get a bad tooth, you'll get a nasty infection, and that's going to impact all your health. Like, that's how the body works. We can't look at things as separate sections and just pick and choose like that. But yeah, I had two bony impactions and two regular impactions, so there wasn't shit I could do about that. I had to wait until I got insurance that covered the surgery. It sucked. Yeah, shit was wild. Yeah, I want to do a little shadowing around the eyes also. Oh god. So like like is it like bad luck, or are you just like really really clumsy, or are you very reckless, or some kind of combination? Because I know you get hurt a lot, but I don't think I've ever asked if you have a suspicion as to why it happens. Like, was your bloodline cursed once? Okay, so you factor it to luck. Because like when things happen to you that common, you got to consider it, right? Like I definitely question if luck is a real thing or is something that I believe in. But every single raffle I've ever entered with 4 tickets, I have won. And I mean a decent number of them. I have won every single raffle I've ever entered with 4 tickets. And I won a lot of money's worth of stuff that way. And I don't have any explanation aside from 4 being my lucky number. Yeah, so you think it's like a like roll of the dice where like maybe you'll get several bad things for one like really good thing or something? Because I feel like that kind of is how shit tends to go for me. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it works like that for me too, but not regarding injuries, regarding like everything else. Like yeah, you get what I mean. Oh gosh, there's nothing we could do but laugh at that kind of stuff. You are tall as fuck. That also like could be contributing to the health issues. I know tall people tend to have more health problems, and I know I'm not nearly as tall as you, but the combo of being kind of tall and having a heart condition definitely impacts me. Cause like I get blood pooling, which is when like gravity pulls your blood down and it can't get back up. For anybody who doesn't know what that means, and so that means like my blood tends to end up in my legs instead of in my brain where I need it to think and function. and and when that happens, my legs get really red. But I'm also here like, yeah, no wonder my blood gets stuck in my legs. There's 3 feet of them. Do you know how hard my heart has to work? to get 6 feet of leg blood back up. That's a lot of work. Yeesh. Defy them out of spite and malice. It's pretty effective. Figuring out like the shapes to shade for this is very interesting. Bruh. Yeah, I mean, having a million health issues will do that, you know? Not to mention stress and like, gestures vaguely at everything going on in the world. Oh, this song is really dirty. If you don't have headphones, really dirty song. Mm. This is Exit Wounds, like Placebo, and it's pretty dirty. It's not even like, honestly, if you want the dirtiest Placebo, listen to any of their French songs, and if you don't speak French, read a translation, because I was like, oh, this song sounds cute. I wonder what this song's about, and it's straight up about anal. God, that emote is hilarious. Yeah, and I was like, shit, I've been listening to this song out loud. I need to make it a standard to translate any song I can't understand before playing it on like speakers and stuff when I'm in the shower or whatever. Laird, I'm sure you have. But Placebo particularly writes about like a lot of kink and fetish stuff. And so I definitely wouldn't put them on at a family party, is what I mean to say. One of my favorite bands. There's a reason they're all over this playlist. Part of the interesting challenge in this is getting the shading to feel kind of symmetrical when it's hard to zoom in enough to shade the details and see the other faces all at the same time. Because I zoom in on my tablet for the most part, so that you guys aren't watching me zoom in and out the whole time. But it does. I do zoom in and out a little bit for details because it doesn't. It has a limit. Yeah, I try not to have your guys' view zoom in and out too much because I find that can get kind of nauseating for people with motion sickness. And that's also why I don't normally turn it either. If I ever tilt or turn the canvas, that's a mistake. I messed up and I didn't mean to. I had to allow that one, sorry. This is 18 plus encouraged, it's fine. Um, okay, how about I put that song on? It's French. It's French, so no one will know unless any of you speak French and haven't told me. It is totally possible one of you speaks French. Um, okay, okay, this is it. I put it on for the play next, and this is it. It's called Mars Landing Party, which should have clued me in, but I'm an idiot sometimes. Yeah, so I thought that song was pretty chill sounding. I didn't I didn't expect it. Usually they're like heavier with their dirty songs, but that one's just like it almost sounds like elevator music. Oh god, could you imagine for French speaking people how awkward that would be? Because like oh my god. This is gonna be in a VOD and on YouTube forever. Yeah. We're talking about music. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Like, it's fine. Especially when you listen to metal. And I listen to a lot of metal. And stuff like necrophilia and cannibalism and shit comes up all the time in metal. Like, um, but like the song Mars Landing Party, the chorus, I don't remember how the whole thing translates. Not and it's not exactly word for word, obviously. Um, but the chorus translates to, and this is gonna be on the internet forever. Um, embarrass me, put your fingers up my ass. And so like That's pretty lewd. Right? Like, even as far as lewd songs go, I'm like, that's very direct. Okay, go off. Oh god, I love Placebo though. They're fantastic. Yeah, so that one's up there on the list of lewd songs, but it's one that I didn't realize because I don't freaking speak French. And I should have looked up the translation sooner. And that song taught me a lesson. I look up translations first now. Fucking 21 Pilots dropped a new album, Clancy, a couple months ago, and it had a small portion of another language in it, and I immediately like look Google it, what does that mean? What does that mean before I put that on out loud? Yo, Tenacious D is funny though. So like I feel like funny lewd and horny lewd are very different. And like that's not to say I won't listen to it in public, but it's more like time and place, and like it's one of those things where like I would definitely feel weird like suggesting it to like my boyfriend's mom or something, you know? Like oh gosh. Meet the family. Here's my favorite band. But like growing up, I pretty much listened to like Korn and System of a Down relatively exclusively because I had like a big like this is the only real music phase. Um, and they're definitely fucking filthy in some songs. Some of it did go over my head, but most of it didn't. And those guys are still like among my favorite bands. Oh my god. Is I don't I'm not familiar with Salty Dick, but based on the name, I feel like that could be like either like some kind of folk punk or like ska. Dirty sea shanties. Hey, that works. I love that like historic music is kind of making a comeback. Oh my god. That's so awkward. Yeah, I bet. That doesn't sound like it would be anything less than a situation, if I'm being quite honest. Oh my god, the mental image. That's hilarious, dude. Oh my god. I hope it's one of those things that you like all laugh about in hindsight and not one of those things that just like never comes up. Oh gosh. Because you said you're cool with her now, right? Unless this is a different sister in law, unless you have more than one. I need to turn the strength down on this bitch. Okay, just the one. Gotcha, gotcha. Listen, some people got big families. Oh, twins. That's cool. Apparently, the like statistic on twin births is like raising a lot as a result of people having children later in life. And that's like kind of a wild side effect of that. Okay. What just happened? Yeah, that must have been a confusing one. But hey, that's why we knock. Unless you did knock. Oh no. Oh no, how did your wife meet your mailman that it's more of a story than that one? Dude, I think you're living in a sitcom. Like it's not that I don't believe that these things are happening to you. It's that I think you're in a sitcom and you don't know it. See, that's starting to look better. It's got a much stronger contrast than it had before. If I just... Bap. She was hungover as all hell and just answered the door subconsciously, completely naked. Oh my god. She just didn't realize what she did until she got that, like her head hit the pillow. Oh, that's some hard autopilot right there. That is hard autopilot. Oh my god. That's funny as fuck. Oh, the mailman must have been so confused. I wonder if that happens to them often. Probably not like often, but I bet each mailman has at least a couple of those. Oh, goodness. It's gotta be a weird job. Okay, I'm definitely digging the shading more. I want to add a little more variety to the collarbone and the noses because they just stick out a little too much. And then I want to highlight some spots. I don't know. Do you guys like you know how some people like tip their mailman for Christmas? Did you like leave him an extra good tip to be like, sorry, sorry, my wife flashed you by mistake? Oh gosh. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough, man. I mean, I know I wouldn't complain, but sometimes you're just sometimes you're not expecting it. You know what? I can't argue with that. Like, oh gosh, who is this Viking goddess? Like, obviously not Viking, but that's one of my like big woman go-tos, I feel like. Oh, her twin stole an inch. How rude of that twin to absorb an inch in the womb. That's what I'd say. If I had a twin and my twin was taller than me, I'd be like, yeah, you took it from me in the goddamn womb. Sometimes I like to joke that I'm gonna go on testosterone just to grow a better beard than my brother can. He like always wanted a cool Viking beard and just cannot grow a beard. And I'm like, how funny would it be if I went on testosterone and grew a better beard than you? All right, let's grab a bigger brush and get some highlighting done. Because I think that shading looks pretty solid even from far away. I have a mask on, but I accidentally included the eyes in the mask, so I gotta clean that up real quick. Probably add some more contrast to them also. I want to toy around with like the shading on the lips some more too. And I'm since this is like a portrait and so in your face, I want to add skin texture, which usually I only do that for certain situations. Oh, so is this something like beyond like fraternal twins? Because I know there's identical twins where it was one embryo that split. There's fraternal twins where it was two embryos that fertilized. And then I know there's like situations through things like IVF where like several were implanted and that's how you get shit like the Octomom, which is fucking crazy that that happened. I went to kindergarten with a set of fraternal twins and that was like a question they got a lot, so like their mom came in and explained the difference. It was the whole thing. And I worked with identical twins at like one of the jobs I had as a teenager, and that was confusing to me. I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't tell them apart. I didn't know them well enough to. Yeah, gotcha. And like, I was a little annoyed about it. The identical twins I worked with, like got mad at me at one point for mixing them up, and they were like, "Well, I dye my hair and she doesn't," and I was like, "Yeah, but when's the last time you dyed your hair? There's none left." Like it was completely faded out. Like if that's gonna be your thing, you gotta re-dye it often. They're the same haircuts and everything. Oh gosh. Like I don't know. I feel like if I had an identical twin, I'd want like a different haircut or something. They had the same haircuts and everything, and they wore it the same way. Confused. I swear they were doing it on purpose. And we worked with children too, so like them kids weren't getting the difference. I'll tell you that. Yeah, the twins I went to school with looked completely different, at least. Like, one was blonde and one had brown hair. Like, it would take effort to mix them up. But then all them dumbass kids were like, oh, you're not really twins if you don't look the same. So their mom came in. Like, it was a whole thing. Okay, I think that's looking pretty solid for the skin. I do want to give it texture. Because this is like a close-up in-your-face portrait. I wouldn't normally give, like, someone with human skin, so to speak, because, you know, I do fantasy art, if anybody's new here. So let me grab a good skin brush. Good to zoom in a bit so we can see what we're doing. If you like this one, Sir Pippin, this is Allergic to Thoughts of Mother Earth by Placebo. Hey, Hanged Man's not too bad. I feel like it's one of those middle of the road kind of cards. about what you do with it. Although, one of the one of the dating sims that I favor used Arcana themes, and one of the romance options was the Hanged Man theme, and I can't help but associate it with him now, I'm not gonna lie. A reckless bastard. See, like, that's 12% opacity, and I feel like that looks like skin. That probably won't even make much difference when it's a sticker, but in the digital art form, it looks cool, I think. Thanks. Yeah, that's just on 12% opacity normal. It's got a mask so that it doesn't go over the edges of the skin, but that's it. And that was like the laziest way to do that too. I need to get it out of the eyes. All right, let me shade the eyeballs themselves a little bit more. Oh, this song is such a bop. Yo, right? I don't know what I did so different. I just shuffled it like normal, and it's just on a good streak today. I ain't complaining. I'm working on adding some more songs to it too, get some more variety in here before people start get tired of my regular mix. I'm trying to stick with the same vibe still. I'll probably break from it eventually, but in the meantime, I like the vibe I've got going. Fun fact, if you watch Stranger Things, Robin is Uma Thurman's daughter. Relevant because Uma Thurman by Fall Out Boy is playing. Hey, what's good, Sergeant Unrated? Hope you're having a nice night. Got any cool plans this weekend? I've got an ad break coming up in about 4 minutes, just to warn everybody. Yo, I feel that. That is my preferred weekend as well. I'd like to have more energy to hang with friends and stuff, but I am just dead lately. Ooh, 1 second. I am parched. Okay. I want to play around with details on the lips and eyes a little bit more. I want to take the outer eyes a little darker because they kind of disappear when you zoom out. but I don't want to go too realistic on the eyes because I think that won't print well. Not when this is like sticker sized. Hold on, I gotta fix this. Okay, that's better. Felt like those sparkles were like poking her in the eye. It was annoying me. I don't know. Dude, how's that gym routine going? I do not have the physicality for that, unfortunately. But I am looking for like a day job. It I'm in New Jersey and there's a lot of competition here. So it's a bit of a rough go. Oof, yeah. Wages are rough. I don't want to go on too much because the ads are about to start. And I don't want you to get cut off. Oh, you've got Twitch Turbo. I think you're fine. Yeah, wages are shit like everywhere right now, and it's really difficult because like you need like multiple jobs and or just like to hustle really hard to get by, and that shouldn't be required. People should be able to be okay if they're working a full-time job or working, you know, to the best of their ability if they're disabled or chronically ill or something. Frankly, like our tech is so advanced, not everybody even needs to work. Yeah. I'm in Jersey, but you know, the cost of living here, our wages are higher, yeah, but the cost of living balances it right out. Yeah. Everything all over the country, at least. I know other parts of the world have been dealing with crazy inflation also, but I don't want to speak on their behalf. But everything across America has been inflating so hard, and like wages just aren't keeping up with it, and people can't afford to put food on the freaking table. It's nuts. Yeah, I know for me personally, I had 3 jobs before COVID. Fucked that. And like these days I'm trying to like work and hustle with like commissions and stuff, and it's just exhausting. I feel like I don't have the mental capacity to concentrate on like hobbies and friends. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that you blame company owners. And there's far too many people who point the finger at other workers saying, well, I'm not making good money, so why are they making, almost as much as me when their work is blah blah blah. And it's like, no, we should all be making better money. Like it's the rich getting richer. It's not, it ain't people working dead end jobs because they got shit else to do. Wrong layer. Yeah, like that, with how much we rely on like mining and those kinds of resource jobs, that should be a very well paid gig. And especially when those kinds of that kind of equipment, it faces so much wear and tear, I'm sure there's need to replace those things regularly and stuff like that. So if you're making equipment for that kind of job, you should be making good money. Thanks. Appreciate the consideration. Yeah, we all deserve better, and it's like the corporations and the owners of the corporations that are doing this stuff. It's not fellow workers, it's not immigrants, it's not any of that stuff. It's the frickin' people who own these companies and think it's acceptable to pay us a less than living wage for essential work. And I think one of the like silver linings of COVID, if we can say it had that, because obviously it was a complicated and bad thing overall. But I think one of the silver linings was it emphasized what work is actually essential, and it's not the jobs that are getting paid a shit ton of money. It's minimum wage work. That's what's essential, and we know that now. If you didn't already. Yeah, I think that's much more visible when it's shrunk down now. Depending on your screen size, it might vary. Like if you're on mobile, this is already going to be damn tiny, and I'm zooming out. Yeah, while this eye is less realistic, it reads better. That was like the vibe I was aiming for. I wanted this to feel like a mage's shop of like an indiscriminate religion. Like one that's like paganism, it has several gods, and historically, depending on, modernly paganism as a term is associated with a specific set of gods. But at certain points in history, a pagan was just somebody with like a loose sense of spirituality. And that's like what I was aiming for, kind of. I do a lot of like D&D character art and stuff too. I like weird, spooky fantasy magic stuff. I never really am sure how exactly to define my style though, to be honest. It's just kind of weird, surrealist, a little tattoo based. I did apprentice to do tattoos, so there's like always going to be influence from that in my work, I think. Art Nouveau is one of my favorite styles too, and I think that influences like my shading and palettes a bit. Uh Not quite as much as my sketching style and stuff though. I just don't capture the softness to the same degree that they do. Like everything in Art Nouveau feels very soft and natural and organic. And I love that about it, and I feel like my stuff is more rigid than that though. That's awesome. I love graffiti styles. There's so many, but I'm not far from New York, so like I feel like that's kind of I see a lot of like Brooklyn style kind of graffiti and shit. I love the graffiti style. And like I have done some moral commentary art, but like generally art has been more of a an escapism thing for me. And I've always liked to like make up characters that I think are like cool or interesting or people I'd want to have conversations with to like feel like I'm not here for a little bit. That's kind of always been my drive. Yeah, like it's weird. I feel like when I look at other people's art, I can define their style and like quantify them to some degree and be like, "Oh, they remind me of these artists." But when it's my stuff, I'm like, I don't know, I drew a thing. Oh, I used to see some really cool train car art. I worked at a place that was like right next to a freight line, not a passenger line. And so we would, be like hanging out. I'd be hanging out with the smokers, like taking a break. And there'd just be like the coolest rail car art going past. Awful job, but that was cool. Sometimes we get train hoppers. Yeah, I can't blame you for hiding behind a signature. Technically, you can find my like name attached to my stuff, but again, I've only done like a couple statement pieces here and there. One's a sticker I'm selling. I might have some more of those coming out with everything going on though. feel like the brown needs like a ring around the center to break it up from the pupil a bit. You know how some people have like that little ring of gold around their pupil? I'm gonna try to go for something like that, but just like very simplified, because I don't think that'll translate well to a small sticker if it's realistic. You know what? I mentioned Life is Strange earlier because it's making a comeback. This song is actually from the original Life is Strange soundtrack. I totally nabbed some of those for keeps. Great soundtrack. Specifically, this is Piano Fire by Sparkle Horse, which is one hell of a name. All right, let's see how that looks from a distance. Yes, that reads so much better. That reads so much better. Okay, I'm gonna do that to the blue one too, but to less an extreme degree. And then I'm gonna do the same kind of shading for the green because I think this just reads better from a distance. I tried to go for more realistic, and it was not reading well. Gotta remind myself sometimes that the people aren't gonna be zoomed in like I am. Polyjamorous. I love that. I'm totally stealing that. I am totally stealing that. Because I listen to a wide array of music. The stuff I have selected for this playlist, which I made this playlist. I know some streamers just like play whatever the mood of the day is, but I made a playlist because I'm extra. And uh, I tried to narrow it down to like one particular vibe so that I could just shuffle it and have it like semi consistent. It's not quite perfect, but it's overall like the songs flow into each other pretty well. But my actual mix is very diverse. I love that. Polyjamorous. I've never heard that before. And I'm like I used to go to like all sorts of basement shows and stuff. Like if I brought that up at one of those now, that would be the talk of the evening. Like that's how funny that is. Like yeah, yeah, I think that looks better. Dude, that's awesome. I met two of the members of Korn, and that was cool. But I, I'm more. I sound more adventurous than I actually am. Go with something like that. I think will work nicely. God damn it! I'm on the wrong layer. How many times are we gonna do that today? I'm normally better about this. That was like the fourth time. I've been streaming for 2 hours. For drawing, I'm using Krita. Krita. I originally learned how to do digital art on like Photoshop and stuff. But to be honest, fuck Adobe. So I switched to Krita somewhat recently. I tried a few different ones in the interim, and I just like there were different things I was discontented with different ones. I just didn't find one that suited me quite well, and I like Krita. I like Krita the most. But there's definitely some things I'm still learning about Krita also. Allowed. Yeah, seriously. I just Adobe is like I blame them for how prominent subscription models have become, period, as well. Like it's not just Photoshop subscription model that I have problem with. I think that they were largely at fault for subscription models becoming a thing in general. And if I fucking this shouldn't be a bold opinion. If I buy something, I should have that thing. Like they're putting fucking subscription models on fucking cars now. What is happening? First off, leasing is an option. Secondly, I'm not paying extra for ass heating. Like, dog. Dog. If I bought a car that has ass warmers and you want to charge me extra to use those ass warmers, I'm getting a different car. Yeah. Yeah, God, I could go on for hours about what a fucking idiot Elon Musk is. For hours. But like the main thing is that I really need him to realize that wanting to be Tony Stark is not a good thing. Like, did he miss the memo that Tony Stark is a shitty guy? And that's why, like, as a character, I love Iron Man, and that's why I love Iron Man, because he's a shitty guy, and it's really interesting to have a hero who's a shitty guy. Don't try to be him. That's not a good thing. That's not a good goal to have. Please reconsider. I feel like if there's like any hero that gets a pass on like okay, you can want to be them. It's like Spider-Man. Like I feel like most of Spider-Man's fuck ups are just genuine fuck ups and not him being ignorant or haughty or whatever. Yeah, I don't use Twitter either. SpaceX, the thing is that like it ultimately it's just a funding project for like scientists and engineers. And so it's going to have good things come out of it because it has employees that actually know what they're doing. But frankly, they'd probably get a lot more work done if they didn't have to deal with Elon. So that's a thing. And Sergeant, I don't know if you heard, but do you remember when Donald Trump ran for president the first time? The Cards Against Humanity people bought property on the border of Mexico and America to specifically try to prevent border wall construction. And recently, they have started a lawsuit against Elon Musk for illegally dumping on that same property. So with one piece of property, they have now managed to fuck with two 1%ers, and I'm a little jealous, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I'm more into that. That just looks much livelier, much less flat and lifeless. And I want to kind of up some of the contrast and stuff in the lips. I feel like it's a little too subtle as well. Because once you zoom out a little bit, it's just gone. And if I want to shrink this into a sticker, like looking at this size on my large monitor right now, seems like about the size that I would want this printed at. Granted, it depends on what website I print it through, what size it ends up being. But at the size I'm looking at it right now, I think that the lips do not have enough contrast. And that's why I zoom out periodically. While I'm drawing, I keep things as stationary as possible because I don't want to make people dizzy or whatever. But I'm zooming out to about that point because that feels like the size this sticker would be. I want to add wings behind her eventually, and maybe like a little peak of the sky where like the wings separate. But I want to get her real nice to begin with. Yeah, okay, that can also work on this layer because it's also a mask for the lips. Gotta have a pink so pale it's almost white. Laird. Oh, how unfortunate. Maybe next time you should show up with a package. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Twitch, that was mailman joke. Get your fingers off that report button. Is that where instructions unclear dick stuck in ceiling fan comes from? Or are you more of a I have a cylindrical object stuck in an M&M's tube type? Yeah, that's the thing about Laird is that Laird is insanely tall to begin with, so the fact that Laird found a wife that's only 3 inches shorter is pretty astounding, in my opinion. Because, like, when you're fucking 6'7", when you're fucking 6'7", dating a woman of average height is a foot height gap. And like, I don't know about you, but I don't want to be fetching the step stool every time I need a kiss. Did a little dicking around there, see how it would look zoomed out. Didn't like it. Yeah. Last I checked, I think global standard is like 5'7". But there's also like a thing where some cultures are averaging taller and taller, and some cultures are averaging shorter and shorter. Yeah, I'm like in terms of ancestry, I'm mostly Dutch. Which I didn't know for a long time. My sister got one of those ancestry DNA kits. And we were like, we're Dutch? I'm not sure I'm into that either. Let me try working with dark colors first instead of light colors first and see if that makes a difference. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try starting with dark first and see how that feels instead. Because, if this was traditional art, I'd have these lips knocked out in 2 seconds. But this is digital art, and some textures are still a little evasive to me in digital art. Oh my god, that emote chain is so fun. So Deadpool, but with dick sucking lips and hair is how I'm now gonna imagine you. But much taller, obviously, because goddamn, are you tall? How's that? How's that little Deadpool with hair and DSL? That sounds enviable to me. Yo, I think Deadpool's cute. Personality's a big factor for me, and I like that guy. Honestly, I thought they could have made him more fucked up looking. Laird, you crack me the fuck up, man. Yo, Sergeant, are you drinking Arizona green tea specifically? Because that's what I'm drinking. That's what I'm drinking always, basically. What, that we're both drinking Arizona? It's a very popular beverage. Or is it Laird scaring you right now? The mango one's good. I've just got the classic green tea going on. I'm a basic bitch like that. So, like, what does this song make me feel like I should go to the beach? Semi Charmed Life by Third Eye Blind is a beach song for me. I don't know why. Hmm. Laird, I'm so sorry. Yeah, like late 90s in my head, personally. Oh, yo, this song is fantastic. It's played to a car alarm. It's so good. This is what it sounds like if you get hit by a bus in New York. They're a New York subway band. I love these guys. They're fucking they're one they're like a trio, and they've got a drummer, a trumpet, and a sax. And their sax guy is fucking crazy. He's like reinvented playing the saxophone. Like, and I'm saying that seriously. It's fucking crazy. I know a lot about music. I studied like music, and I know how to read sheet music and all that shit, and this dude has reinvented the fucking saxophone. Yeah, see, since I'm in Jersey, New York is like right there. Like I can day trip it, but I don't because I hate New York. I mean, I've been there a number of times, which is how I know I hate New York. And I will try to avoid going to it whenever possible. But if there's something really cool going on in New York, I will suffer through New York. I just think it's such a nasty city, and I don't understand the appeal. I think that looks nicer. I've been told I would like Seattle. I'm not really into cities in general, but like cities that still have trees. I don't feel like that should be a hard bar to pass, but it is. And then people are like, "Oh, but New York has Central Park." So you want me to go out of my way to see a fucking tree? I'm sorry, but I'm not cool with that. I don't want to have to go out of my way to see a fucking tree. Like, what the fuck? I get it, it's the concrete jungle. Some people are into that whole urban aesthetic, I guess. I just find it depressing. So like cities that have like plants around in general, whether it's like in some landscaping or if they just like keep some strips of trees here and there, like, because it's good for the air, it's good for the environment, it helps keep sound from bouncing around so much, it helps add shade so that cities don't get so freaking scorching hot. I don't, why do they cut down all the trees? We have an ad starting in 4 minutes, and I'm ranting about trees. So I like cities that have trees and aren't filthy. Because New York is goddamn filthy. I've also been told I would like Dublin. Unfortunately, I've never been out of the country. I've just never had the funds for that kind of travel as much as I'd like to. Ugh. Ugh. I don't even want to talk about air quality. Because, like, the thing is, I live in, like, a rural area. It's really, it's like a mix of suburban rural. Um, and, like, it should be really nice, but when you get wind coming from the north, it smells like fucking New York factory bullshit because it blows down here. And then people are like, "Oh, New Jersey smells." And I'm like, "No, New York smells. Shut up." I feel like that was too bright. Oh god. There was a time I was driving through Philly and it was so smelly that I legitimately, like, took all of those stupid little car air freshener trees and stuck them in the AC vents and then blasted the AC cuz Philly smelled so bad. It was so gross. Okay, there we go. Dude, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I like to blame capitalism personally because there's the premise of infinite growth as such a huge part of it. And infinite growth is never possible because our resources are finite. So that's just a broken ideology that people are trying to pursue as if they can, as if our resources are not finite. And that's doing a lot of fucking damage. Muse being dramatic AF right now. Oh god. Yeah, I don't want it. You can take it. Like, it's fucking November and I've had my AC unit on because of how hot it's been. What the fuck is that, man? In November? In November? And people were like, "Oh, what are you thinking about for Christmas?" And I'm like, I haven't been. I'm sweating my ass off in this sweater right now. Like, what the? This isn't Christmas. This isn't Thanksgiving. This is almost 80 degrees. Like, we'll get like a really sudden cold snap where it's like bitter cold all of a sudden. And it's really annoying because it keeps killing all my fucking plants. And that's like the most cold we get though. And it's weird because like when I was young, we used to get snowstorms here that would be like up to like 4 feet deep sometimes when it was like the middle of fucking winter. And that was totally normal. And I can't remember the last time it snowed more than 4 inches, 4 or 6 inches. And it always melts within like a day. Like I barely have to shovel or anything. And that's like it's nice to not shovel, but where's the snow at? This isn't normal. I miss the snow. Yeah, I'm really tired of these bitter hot summers that just like leave me with no energy. I just find it exhausting. Well, man, that's honestly why they've started shifting to calling it climate change instead. Yeah, I mean it definitely like was creating a misconception with people who didn't think about it for more than 2 seconds, which is a problem. You know. So that's I think why they started switching to using climate change more because ultimately, it's semantics regarding the same subject. It's frustrating to me that we should even like occupy ourselves with semantics regarding something that I would consider highly urgent. Like we can argue semantics later, let's get work done. That's how I look at it. Yeah, honestly. People either have the resources and don't give a shit, or they give a shit and they have been exhausted of all resources. It's just insane to me that people are willing to gamble on our fucking planet like that. And like I do ultimately think that like if like we hit a point where there's just a mass extinction because of this shit, which we're getting closer and closer and closer to constantly, honestly. Um, if we hit that point, I think the Earth will eventually, in time, recover. Yes, I know that's like an argument some people have made, but I'd also like to say, why should it have to? Why should it have to? We don't need to be doing that. Oh man. You think it's gonna be zombies? That's an interesting one. So, uh, do you guys have any theories about? Ooh, oh, hold on, my tablet program crashed. Do you guys have any theories about what would take over if human beings were gone, like Planet of the Apes style, but maybe not apes? And I don't mean like how will the world end, but I mean like what species do you think would go on to be like the like air quotes like dominant race or whatever? Ooh, ooh. Okay. Okay. My tablet program reconnected. That's fair. Sometimes I like to think it would be raccoons because they have thumbs, so that gives them a leg up. Um, Other times I think if octopi managed to evolve in a way where they could have generational teaching, they could be a dominant species. Yeah, because octopi, they're so smart and they know how to use tools. And the thing there is though that in the process of having children, they die around the time the children are born. And if there was some way that they could just evolve around that, and if they could then teach their kids, like, look at this tool I made, use it, instead of them having to individually discover that generationally, I think that would be a big game changer. Yeah, crows are really goddamn smart too. And they use tools and stuff as well. I mean, they've even like taken advantage of human inventions. Crows in certain parts of the world have learned how to read traffic lights, and they'll throw nuts into the street and then let the cars pass and then wait for the light to change to like red or that region's equivalent of stop. And then they'll go and eat the nuts before the light changes when it's freaking safe. And like what? That's genius. I cannot emphasize how freaking smart that is. It's a shame that like birds are generally considered unintelligent, and it's because some of them are dumb as shit. It's true, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, the whole fungus thing is a very realistic premise, and that's something I've appreciated about it myself. Like there are certain parasitic fungi that work that way already on insects. There's no reason to say that it couldn't evolve from insects to like mammals or like birds and then to mammals or something, you know? That kind of shit happens all the time. Don't even get me started on rabies. Rabies scares the shit out of me. Rabies scares the shit out of me, and it has reason to, and that is so much harder to deal with than something scaring the shit out of me for no reason. Like I'm scared of spiders, but they're generally harmless to me. But I'm scared of rabies, and it is very actually harmful to me if it were to happen, and is not unheard of in my region of the world. Rabies scares the shit out of me, dude. 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 Yeah, I like have volunteered at different like animal rescues and things. And by that I don't just mean like cats and dogs. I mean like tigers and shit too. Like they did zoo rescues and circus rescues and the Tiger King type people rescues. And rabies scares the shit out of me. Laird, you is there anything you have not experienced? Like I feel like you should get a job being a reference person for movies and stuff. Because you can just be like, no, that's not what it's like to be shot. And I'd be like, oh, he would know, you know? Have you ever considered being like a reference guy for like writers and movies? Do like an ask me anything on Reddit. I bet you'll get some interesting attention. We're putting Laird in a bubble. But can you come down from the sky in it and I don't know, tell me your name is Galinda. No, captions. I said Galinda. Oh my god. There's a distinction between Glinda and Galinda captions. Damn you. You're not a fan of Wicked. Bro. How the fuck did you get hit by a plane or a boat? I need both those stories. Were they in the air and water? Hell yeah, it's cake. That's what we were trying to figure out, Sergeant. I was like, do you think this is luck? Do you think somebody cursed your bloodline? Like, which one? We've deemed it's a weird luck thing, probably. It's just a roll of the die, really, I think. But like some folks' die are skewed. Some folks' die are definitely skewed. You're not allowed to question why I said I picture you as Deadpool when you say shit like that. I guess you're evil now. Maybe this is your villain backstory. Oh yeah. I just kind of did it as a tint to bring it back a little toward the like sandy blonde color. And then I scooched a couple things around to bring the hair texture up more because I felt like I was starting to lose it in the blending. I think I'm into that more now though. This has kind of been an experiment of like weird anatomy and lighting. I'm just like staring at it, trying to see what like small tweaks I want to do right now. Yeah, I've got like a bunch of layers for hair. 2 for eyelashes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 7, and then 1 for eyebrows and 2 for eyelashes. Like if I Bap, now she's bald. If I just like that, I did a little bit of a color tint with that one, made it more like golden. Underneath that, I tried to darken the roots and stuff because I felt like it was a little too washed out. Under that, I've got a little bit of a texture layer because I felt like I was losing it. And it's specifically like a highlight texture. It's the lightest tones. And then beneath that, I've got like trying to make the glow from the halo. And then beneath that, it's more hair texture. And then beneath that, you have another layer where I'm blending out the hair colors. And then underneath that, you have like the base shape of the hair with tonal variety in it because it makes it look more natural. So that's how I did this hair. I usually don't have this many layers, but the halo glow being added in is definitely complicating it. Hey, Joey! Why'd you throw a tomato at me, Joey? That was very mean. No, I'm just kidding. Please throw as many tomatoes as you want. I think they're funny. I put them there for a reason. It's definitely passing the zoom test a lot better today than it was last time. Last time it was a matter of like figuring out how to lay out the shadows with the weird lighting and the whole 3-face situation. And then today was bringing those shadows out much more. And I went back over the lips and eyes because I just wasn't satisfied with how they looked before. I made them a little bit less realistic because I just think it suits this size better. It's on. Wait. It looks like a clown nose. Yeah, I went less realistic with the eyes. Let me change the brush so I'm pointing with something round. It bothers me when I'm using a texture brush when I'm pointing at stuff. Less realistic for the eyes because it just wasn't reading well shrunken down. Less realistic for the lips as well. It's kind of just a scribble scrabble with some highlights and shadows. I did throw in a skin texture for people who are like looking at this up close in the digital format, but I don't think that's going to make much difference in sticker format. Okay, but I'm not going to lie. I really have to pee. I think I'm gonna run an ad now instead of in 20 minutes so that I can go pee and feel less bad about it. Because then when I come back, we can all chit chat and I won't be interrupted. See if y'all will just give me a moment. I'm gonna run an ad now and run to the bathroom. Please take an opportunity to go to the bathroom, get a refill of your drink, get a snack, something like that. And I'll be right back. Whew, okay. I'm back. The ad break is still going, but it'll be ending in just a moment. So any of you who got turbo or whatever, I'm back. Just give me one sec to put my drawing glove and stuff back on. All right, that should be about it for the ad break. You guys should be popping in any second now if you haven't already. Thanks for sticking around. I am back. I feel like I want to squeeze like a little more detail into certain parts of the face. Yeah. Yeah. This is such a weird experiment thing. I'm not like I feel like I usually have more direction than this, but I'm just kind of fucking around today. Let's see what I can do with this face. Give it a good amount of detail without going into the territory of losing everything when it's in sticker form. That's what we're challenging ourselves to do. Trying to keep it to like 75 to 50 brush size minimum. I like using basic mix soft. If you use Krita, that's the one I've been using. It's a watercolor brush technically. I like that it has a bit of a smudge. Yeah, I think that looks a little nicer. Kind of brightens it up slightly. And I kind of want to add like a little bit of an eye bag effect. Nothing extreme because with the whole double eye thing, I think it would look silly if it's too pronounced, but I want to make her look a little tired. I think if I use this one on a really low opacity, it should work pretty nicely. Let's try it at like 35% to start. That was a little too much. Let's try 20. Yes, that's what I'm going for. At 20 opacity, I kind of have to work it in a little bit, but I'm cool with that because it blends better that way than if I just slap it on top at a higher opacity. But that's like precisely the kind of look that I wanted. Now I'm gonna have to replicate that on the other eyes, which are weird shapes, so it's gonna get weird. Okay, I feel like they're a little too dark, so I'm playing with the opacity. Okay, so I like the eye bags. Like my stream in general or the drawing? Yeah. Part of that's because I'm zoomed in and all that. Since I'm going for one that's going to be small in the end, it's kind of like a weird toss up between having it look good big and having it look good small. Because, like, I think the actual size is, like, something like that. So I've been pretty darn zoomed in. Plus, OBS definitely, like, compresses it a bit, which is annoying. But, you know, that's why people upload otherwise. Like, upload other places when they're done. I'm trying to get a bit of a backlog and then start throwing more of this stuff on Instagram. I also made a Ko-Fi. And, I know you can post art and stuff there. That's something I need to learn more about, honestly. Because I just really don't like Instagram. And Instagram also has compression issues. But, ooh. Wrong layer. Yeah, Instagram also has compression issues. So, like, I try to reference people to, like, my direct website whenever possible because, like, I have that the best quality I can have it as. That's better. I might also add, like, some cool necklaces or something. Yeah, having my own website, you know, I paid for the URL and I did pay for like a web host that I built the website off of because I'm not a coder or a website builder or whatever. But I really like how it came out. I tried a few different website builders until I found one I was satisfied with and then set it up proper because I wanted it to be like an artsy look and I didn't want it to be very modern. And I had a couple priorities about how my images would be represented also, how compressed or not they'd be. And like whether or not it would come with like image protections also so that people can't just like steal my art. And I ended up using Card, which is a website builder. And I liked it, honestly. It was the UI was a little bit of a weird learning curve. Um but overall, I thought that it was like the right amount of simplified where I could get into the nitty gritty if I wanted to, but I could keep my website very simple. And I went for kind of like an early internet vibe with my site. Back when things were like really custom and fun looking. Though not quite as much of a clusterfuck. And it like matches my overlay theme, and it's got some of the candles and stuff on it too. But I'm still working on filling up that gallery because up until recently I didn't really have a PC that could run good drawing programs and do large drawings. And so since I couldn't do large drawings, all my stuff was like much lower quality, and I don't want to put that on my website that I'm making now when I can do much better quality, bigger things. I have the RAM to make large files now, you know? I'm certainly trying. I've never considered myself to be like good at marketing myself. And I get like really bad imposter syndrome and stuff, which is a problem. Ooh, that brush is lagging. Let's switch brushes for this. Yeah, let's just go for a simple airbrush to get a shape in here for the wings. I just kind of want to get the shape figured out. And I kind of want to do this as like an oval shape sticker. So I want to do something that would be flattering to that. Something akin to that is cool, I think. Kind of refine it more as I go, make sure it's not like, cutting off at the top or whatever. Hold on. if I throw all this in a group layer real quick, I can just, whoops. I can scooch it down. There, like that. Then I can base in the shapes better. I forgot to switch back to the brush. Get a shape like that. Oof, hotkeys for layers. I feel like that would be a bitch to keep up with. I try to do most of the layer organization between streaming where possible, but then sometimes I end up doing something in like a different direction than I thought I would, and I'm like, I don't have any of this prepared. Something like that. Just to get a basic shape down. Yeah. And then I'm going to lower the opacity on this. And I'm going to like do the wings right over it. And I'm going to do this at like 75%. Because I can always toy with like putting an underlay beneath it. And or just cranking the opacity later, but I'll be able to see my guidelines a little bit better that way. Yo, have a nice dinner. Yo, still, I like burritos. Nah, not into that. Gone forever. Hmm. Feel like I'm starting to go a little brain dead on this one. So I'm thinking maybe it's time I stop staring at this and raid out. I definitely like how it looks more today than how I stopped last time. Yeah, I've been going for 4 hours. I usually stream for between 4 and 5 hours. So it's like not atypical for me, but at the same time, this piece is very atypical. Between like having 3 faces, I'm thinking more about each part of it than I normally would, and that's making it more taxing, you know? And I want to think about these wings more before I go into them, because I feel like if I'm just gonna wing it, pun not intended. Um, I feel like I'm not gonna end up liking how it comes out, and I'm just gonna redo it, and it's just gonna be a big waste of time. So I feel like I want to like play around off stream a little bit and at least figure out like which brushes I want to use, so I'm not just sitting here going through brushes while the stream is going, because that's you can even see when I'm picking my brushes and stuff. So let me give this a save. I'm gonna see who's on for a raid. Heck yeah, my fave guy is still on. My fave guy is still on, but I've also got a friend with a small channel on that I think I'm gonna raid instead. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to raid him before. Okay, there's a raid message. I'm gonna flip to this screen, and I'm gonna get this started. Thank you so much, everybody who joined. Sergeant, thank you so much for chatting. Laird, thank you as well. It was really fun seeing you in here, man. I hope you enjoyed my stream. You know what? He's on the AFK stream screen right now. Let's give him one moment. Oh, he's back. Yay. Okay. We had a lot of people stop into chat today, and I appreciate all of you guys very much. I hope y'all know that. Thanks. I will see you Tuesday, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. And let me get this raid put through officially. Have a great weekend, everybody. I will be back Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, and we are going to raid Mealtime with Dad.